Hey, hello, what's happening, everybody? Hope you're having a beautiful and amazing Sunday. Very happy to be here. Some more Balloons TD6. Not sure what we're working on today. We'll get that figured out here in just a second. Link at Call here in chat and your wonderful support, and we'll head on in. What's up, Bone Snail, BK Garner, Uzurikai, hey there, Gallant Tempest, Random, Nate D313, Gravenfear, Alex Coolhead, Opnul, Pinball Wiz, and all the other cool early people. Let's head on in here. Before I actually get started, Nate D313, thanks for 52 months, and BK Garner, thanks for 56. Thank you, thank you. All right, so yesterday's stream, we finished off Dark Castle, Black Border. All right, looks like I only have chimps left on Sanctuary. I don't know if I want to do that right now. Let's do some workshop today. It's been a long time since I tried workshop, and I had gained a lot of game knowledge since the last time I did these. We'll start with a medium metal here, reverse. Probably picking, I'm gonna guess ET in here. Yo, great rain. Thanks for 110. That time do fly indeed. Thank you. I'm going to go right here with the hero. So on this map, the moabs come from here, and the regular wave goes from here. You can activate this button, the reverse motor, for 0 to start, then it goes up in cost. And there's also this thing, track extensions, so you can have the moabs go through here, which is probably like a good 98 thing. I think the big trick on this map is going to be trying to figure out when we actually want to use the machinery, if at all. Probably using it at least once is good. Track extensions maybe on 63 or something, or one of the key moab waves. Hey, Sinvicta, thanks for 117 months, man. Cheers. I think Oben's also a possibility here, just because he has a lot of units that can see through walls. A lot of vision issues on this map. The point I'm getting to. I'm just gonna stick Dart Monkey up here for right now. Oh, it's right, reverse. Okay, hold on. So that means that the moabs are going to come from here. That'll actually be a little bit easier. Dang, Sinvicta, just 3 more for that decade, indeed. 117. I think that chimps is going to be a doozy on this map. Alright, well, to begin, let's put a ninja here. That's a good question. Let's check this out. Looks like the track reverser doesn't really do anything here. Maybe they're going a little bit slower. Oh, he popping. Get him, Mr. Ninja. Get him. Funny, Ninja really fell out of favor with me for a while. Not for any particular reason. I started using other towers, and now we're back to it. I'm gonna put down, I think, Dragon Breath Mage right here. I think that's gonna be a good call. Did wonders in our Dark Castle attempt. Oh, there's little sentries here. That's cute. Cute. Back here, just getting set up. Alright, I'm just going to go for the Arcane Blast style, and then we'll go into Dragon's Breath. I think we're actually going to beeline for Dragon's Breath here. Dun 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 dun. Like, definitely open to using the track extensions, but I think I'd rather have a build that doesn't need them. Seems nicer. They are free for the first use on each, so definitely an idea. Oh, hey, I can set the point. That's right. All right, now we're going into Dragon Breath. The start actually feels pretty stable. I mean, we're doing something similar to this on chimps. Okay, we have approximately 9k left to spin before the Moab shows up. I think for this particular attempt, I just want to do a cannon. We don't have to deal with 63 or anything, so we can just get Moab Assassin and chunk it down. I think on Chimps mode, the ticket's going to be doing like a mass delay on Moabs, doing like some Moab stall here via Moab glue and boomerang monkeys potentially. We're gonna have wave 40 here done because the bigger bombs just destroys the wave 40 Moab. Oh snap. I was ill prepared for that. I even hit 2. Why didn't that pop the Moab? So my expectation here was that the Moabs are going to come here and then come down, but instead they followed this path, which makes sense because the normal path is this. Alright, fair. So I really want like an arcane spike right here is what that tells me. Also, hero on this side seems good. Wow, big whiffs here. Hold on, hold on. Right here. Yeah, that'll happen, Mooter. Chimps is a very serious mode. 98's a tough wave. Go, Ninja, go. Alright, let's go ahead and grab double shot Ninja here. I don't remember on regular modes, do all of the Moabs come on this path? There's no Moabs that come on the regular path, right? It's all the short one. This is reverse, of course. I don't see any reason I can't get a Arcane Spike Mage down. Try that. Right her. Yo, KSWA, thanks so much for that gift, dude. Appreciate that. Oh, Admiral Acmer, thanks for 53 if I did miss you earlier. Yes, you can use the machines to control the track in some ways. You can extend the tracks with this one, and you can slow down the track with this one, but not on reverse mode. Oh yeah, we're making Arcane Spike here. There's 10k between wave 30 and wave 40, and we're here on 26 already saving. Looks good. I think I'm actually going to go ahead and grab Thorn Swarm as well for my safety. Here on 28. Doodaloot, 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 doodaloot. Hit him with the doodly dootsin. I can see 36 being a bit weird, but I gotta believe here we make it. Alright, 36 looks alright. Oh snap. Okay, we're alive? We're alive. Barely. Oh, I think 38 is going to be an issue here then. Yeah, okay. That's fair. I think I'm going to be best off not using ET at least for this attempt. Let's use a stronger hero. I think Oben and Adora is probably my top two here. It's been a while since I've done attempts on this map. But Oben's good because he can see through the workshop, so we can get better value overall. You can see past the tables and whatnot. Alright, I'm going to stick Open up in the corner here. He has less track coverage, but his shots do homing, and I need this room for other magic monkeys to be amplified, so let's try this spot. Here, I can show how to do this real quick. So to resize your game, you need to go here, and then go to settings, and then screen size drop down here. You can choose full screen or windowed, and then your resolution. The resolution should automatically populate, but if you don't want windowed mode, you have to click this button right here. And you have to do that from the main screen with the windmill. You can really stand on this thing, wow. Dang, Grummer, has it really been 57 months already? Hot dog. Oh, hey, brambles are, like, ridiculous here. Wow. We'll just put him here for now. Do 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 do. Just thought you guys should know my cat Pimpin, she's having a pretty good day. Pretty good day for Pimpin. Alright, now we have Vine Druid down. We're gonna grab Double Shot, and then I'm gonna go directly into Arcane Spike Mage right here. Should be good. Oh my god, Pimpin, just stop. Just stop. She is flat on her back, cleaning her paw. What a good getters. Just hanging out. Just hanging out, Pimpin. Yo, Wonko T-Sane, thanks for 99 months. One more for that 100 club. Thank you. Alright, I can already tell Vine Druid is going to be our friend on regular attempts. And we're going to make Arcane Spike here, which should work. Also like to point out, with this setup, our attacks are completely intact here. So this could be a somewhat valid chimp start, though I don't think this is going to be it. Alright, let's see if we make it. 36 should be kind of a test here, but based on our last attempt, I think we clear it. Or at least mostly clear it. Throw down some brambles. Oh yeah. This setup definitely clears 36. Yeah, it's a fun little Easter egg. Happy hang little turrets here. Pretty cute level, man. Am I not making this? What's going on right now? I feel like I measured it, I had just enough, but it looks like maybe I don't have enough to get Arcane Spike. Okay, interesting. So I could have not bought double shot and made it, but now we have Moab coming in on wave 40. It's coming in from here over here. I'm gonna put this tower down. What the hey, I'll do it right here. I don't have time for this, do I? Okay, well, we didn't die. Nice. This tower is definitely a missed placement, but I think it'll still be okay. We've had worse. Alright, let's save it for Arcane Spike now, because Arcane Spike's going to get us through 60. I think Open's gonna be my guy on this map for chimps. I'm feeling right now. Let's keep it magical here. Give banana. All right, with no 63 looming, I feel a lot better here. Just to cinch this, I'm going to put down another Arcane Spike. Definitely don't need this tower, but let's keep it simple on this attempt. Keep it simple, keep it cool. That's how we stay alive. The activation of the buttons is very temporary, Gremar, so you have to choose your moment to do so. I think 63 is probably a good spot to do the lane extenders. How much is second press here? Second press is 350. That's not too bad. Not too bad. Alright, got him. Excuse me for just one sec. Just need to grab a quick refill here and stretch. I'll be back momentarily for some more workshop action. All right, we are back. Thanks for your patience there. Do appreciate it very much. All right, we're in workshop. Just picked up reverse. Let's go ahead and see if we can rock Apocalypse here. I'm going to go for Sauda on Apocalypse. I think the big concern here is the Moab waves. We got to figure out a way to deal with the Moabs more than anything. Let's go over here. Hey there, alley goats. It's good. Welcome back. Do 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 do. Yeah, Batman sounds like a great idea on this map. I like that idea for harder difficulty. Technically extends the track and can hang out in this very key zone in a not so critical location. I think Chim's gonna be all about how this area is populated, more so than the main track, because the Moabs come through here. The main balloons, they're tricky through about 63, and then after that it lightens up a little bit. Daisy Doo, are you supposed to be up there right now? Because I don't think you are. Freaking cats. Yo, Boater Tim, thanks for 72 months. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Alright, let's get to 201 here. And let's put down an Alchemist. Yo, Igzy, thanks for 12 months. Really appreciate that year. Thank you, thank you. Say this is pretty standard fare Apocalypse start, though I don't know how we're going to finish off 40. And the cat Daisy Doo's up to no good right now. You can just tell. You can just tell. Alright, I'm gonna get to Berserker Brew buff here, and then I'm gonna try to put down a mage again. See about that. I think it's gonna be perhaps a little bit overzealous. Yoinks. Hey there, Pinball Box. What's good? I shouldn't need to go Monkey Sense just yet. Let's just go for Arcane Mastery and hopefully Arcane Spike, then into Monkey Sense. We have double camo coverage here, so I think the popping power is more important, though admittedly Monkey Sense does provide extra vision radius, so it's not bad. Oof. That's tough. Yo, first Oni, thanks for 123 months. 1, 2, 3. Legend. Salty High, thanks for 84 months as well. 7 years. Doop, doop, doop. I'd say a little bit dubious whether we make 10k here before 40. Maybe, though. This is a huge wave, my god. Alright, it looks like we were gonna make it. Like, I could afford another tower there. I think we maybe go Vine Druid after Sauda. Yeah, that wave was nuts. Oh, kidders. We talked about Pinbin's box yesterday. It's her box, and nobody gets to lay in it if she doesn't want to. Every time she's in the box, S'more lays down next to the box because he gets jealous. It's reasonable. Let's try here. The better ambush point. It's a little bit worse on this track, but it's going to happen. I'm going to go for double shot here. Actually, maybe I'm going to go for Druid here. Camo lead should not be coming in for a long time. It will eventually, but it should be after I have Arcane Spike. I think Druid's what I want here, actually. Oh no, Pin. S'more took over the box. That's tough. Cats are too much, man. Too much. Too cuter, too kidder. Yeah, it does grab and fear. Lightning does pop leads. Would overall say the vine upgrade's probably more effective in most cases, but the lightning can definitely be very good. I think Wind Druid could be solid on this map too. Not for Apocalypse though. Alright, I gotta believe there's enough cash between this wave and 40 to make Arcane Spike. Maybe I need to go double shot on the Ninja too, but I think this Vine Druid is going to hold us together. We're a little at mercy of what the waves are going to be, but as long as lead camo doesn't show up, which it shouldn't, we should be alright here. And if it does, I can even use Sauda's ability. Wait, how many pops you got, dude? 7,000 hot dog, man. Uh-oh. Fine. We're almost there. Okay, we're gonna make it. I'm gonna buy Monkey Sense now just to cover that, because that was Camo Ceramic that almost got through. Okay, Arcane Spike's out. That's huge. It's huge. Ouch, dude. Dun, dun. Looks like spikes last in between rounds here. That's pretty sweet. I didn't realize Spike Factory was so improved on Apocalypse. Makes sense. Oh my god, that's right, they come from this way. I remember now. Time for an alchemist, bro. That's nice. That's right, Apocalypse goes all at once. There's no round timer. No break in between the waves. Also, no in-between round cash, which is definitely a concern. Okay, I'm feeling pretty alright about this at the moment. Definitely could still get overwhelmed by a wave here, but probably not. Now, we killed the BFB. That's really good. Alright, Apocalypse done. Very nice. Well, that feels good. Alright, so that's all the medium, all the easy metals. We're now only in hard mode remaining. Alternate balloons rounds, double HP moabs, half cash in poppable chips. No, let's start with alternate balloons rounds. I feel like Sauda might be the person for this map, but not the best alternate balloons rounds hero, to be honest. I also feel like for Chimps mode, that ETN might be almost a requirement. Well, let's try Sauda here. I think this Sauda simplifies the start of this at least, which is definitely desirable right now. I also do very much believe that magic monkeys are just the ticket on this map. Yeah, Quincy could be very good here too. I agree. I agree. No more auto waves. Good. So on alternate balloons waves, lead starts as early as 10. Oh, nice. Juggernaut here sounds pretty awesome. Cool. Cool placement, dude. The lead comes in, I'm gonna stomp it with Sauda. No. Alright, time for sharp shurikens. Now that we can cover camo lead. My cats are extra full of beans today. I don't know what's up with that. But they be extra full of beans. Alright, we're gonna go for this Arcane Spike Mage again. I think this is probably the key unit for escalating past wave 40 for us. Whether we're able to get to it right now or not remains to be seen. Get him. At least on this one, I don't care if we lose a little bit of HP. Doesn't look like we are right now. Alternate balloons rounds is pretty serious. This is the extensions. Okay, I'm gonna try this on 63, I think, just to see what happens. I'm curious if I can get all 3 sets on 63. If not, then it's kind of hard to even justify. It's very unlikely we're going to have anything over here on this side of the map, so these track extensions are merely delaying the inevitable. It'd be all about these ones. Especially during Moab waves. Probably 98 is the best time to use this lever, if I had to guess. Definitely closer than I'd prefer. Thinking I can probably get away with doing like Dragon Breath Mage instead. Would definitely be an easier solve here. But hey, if we make Arcane Spike, we don't make Arcane Spike. Wow. That's tough. Ooh, all right. I mean, that's definitely a strat. That was a real one. Dun, 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 dun. That's fair. That's fair. All right, so Arcane Spike's not the answer. I think I'm gonna put Dragon Breath Mage in this position and then also build a Spike Factory. That seems good. The start was actually pretty clean for a first attempt on alternate Bloons rounds. Muting for just a sec to eat a few crackers here. All right, there we go. Missed our stomp on this one, but should still be okay. Feel like Dragon Breath Mage is going to have a much easier time here than some other units. I also think the mage going non-camo vision will be diffused by the spike trap at the end. You know, actually for now I'm going to put down the spike at this moment. Get it to white hot spikes at least, so if there's any lead slips, we're covered. These actually do an incredible amount of popping power just on their own. Okay, I should move this back a little bit so it's only covering this track. That'd be definitely more desirable. We're not losing a lot, but it is placing tax maybe places that won't get hit. All right, now mage. Yo there, Radver. Thanks for 112 months, dude. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Oh, snap. This tower is real good right there. Ye old camo lids. Alright, so next up is Dragon's Breath Arcane Blast. If this works for alternate balloons, we're going to do something similar for double HP Moab. Ow, dude. Not bad, not bad. It's holding. Alright, Moab's coming in 2 waves here. So we can go Moab Shredder. Or we could improve the ninja. Let's improve the ninja here. I think Balloon Jitsu would be a nice step up for our build. Okay, maybe not. Moab Shredder was the answer. Also, Dragon's Breath Mage was not as efficient as I would have hoped on that. Okay, this time I'm going to remember to stomp on 12. Or a 10, rather. 2 leads at the end of 10. Get roasted. Yeah, this is definitely a really tough map. I don't have like a set good strategy for this one, just kind of playing around. It's definitely a doozy. I get the feeling that Vine Druid may have put in nearly as much work as the mage there. Firewall is good though. Okay, let's put down the spikes next. I think that solves a lot of issues. Alright, so this time we're going to keep these a little further away so they're only going on the end of the track here, not losing any to this side. Alright, way to go, Sauda. Alright, let's deviate here a little bit. I'm going to put down a helicopter, and I'm going to give it Moab push. It can really go into the machine there. Crazy. Not a bad map for helicopter. Okay, Moab push is bottom path, all right. Moab push will definitely work on the first waves. What are you doing, Mr. Helicopter? Being a wily critter, that's what you're doing. Alright, now we have... Oh, he has a little rocket with that? Interesting. Didn't realize that Moab push picked up a rocket. Pretty rad. Let's go here and then here. Works great for those one-off Moabs. Okay, okay. Not bad, but not quite there. Maybe just Dragon Breath Mage here now instead. Definitely a good start here. Also, probably just Balloon Jitsu Ninja there would have solved that wave. Is a fair statement. Okay. I think our play to put the Spike Factory down sooner definitely worked out better. Okay. I'm gonna put down Spike Factory next. Actually, Alchemist should probably be next. Let's try this anyways. Right here. Do. Definitely just want to get white hot spikes here before more camo becomes a thing, or camo lead rather. Okay. Definitely opens up some other money for the build. Just see how this holds. Alright, let's go Sharp Shurikens. Probably should put down something that can pop lead that's not Alchemist here. Let's try this Dragon's Breath Mage into Moab Push Chopper. Another option we have here is we can go into the Spiked Orbs, or we can go into Moab Shredder too. I think now a non-camo site Dragon Breath Mage is what I want to do. Yeah, that's true. We can make the Moab stationary right here. All right. Not like super stoked on the amount of the amount of ability use I've had to do here, but alternate balloons rounds is just that. Okay, let's try this out. All right. Oh, I'm gonna get hit here. Oh, the axes persisted. Very nice. All right, so the plan here is to buy Moab Shove and then go lock in place right here on the straightaway and go for IFR. I mean, it's a good straightaway either way, so we're about to find out. I may need to do, like, patrol points back and forth, but I don't think so. Let's just go for the spiked orbs. More damage block here. Okay, so it's, like, in a radius. Gotcha. So the bigger jets is enough to keep them essentially nullified here. It's good. I'm gonna go Balloon Jitsu, then I'm gonna give this section its own alchemist buffer. This was definitely the ticket. I'm gonna go directly into Stronger Stimulant here. No, I haven't done any boss fight stuff. Wait, I actually don't think I've fought Lich at all. I don't think I've done that boss. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna go for Arcane Spike. That's gonna help break down the Moabs a lot nicer. A little scary. Oh, Dark Terry, so that's me. I don't think I've fought Lich in general since bosses became a thing. Alright, so we should be good through 60 here, essentially. think I'm also going to start building up a smart resource here of longer spikes. Whoa. That was spoopy, dude. Alright, next up right here is going to be Necromancer. Let's just go. 63 is incoming, and if we don't have help for that, I think we are dead. Okay, let's try setting this furthest point back and see what happens. Okay, yeah, this is what we want right here. Let's go for... Guided magic actually doesn't help very much right here. Interesting. All right, then. All right, quick restroom break for me, and then we'll hop into another attempt. Just got to do it a little different. That was overall very good, though. Alrighty, we're back. Let's do it again. Alternate balloons rounds workshop begins again. Got a couple changes in our plan here, though nothing major. I do think the Moab push helicopter is going to be a staple in pretty much any build that we do. My current feeling. I think what I want to do though on the spike factory is go bottom path, deadly spikes, with maybe even faster production and just a green bubble alchemist down here. Not even a buffer, just a green bubble guy. Maybe. I was thinking maybe Super Monkey right here where the Necromancer was. Could be very good. Doodaloop, 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 doodaloop. Doop, doop, doop. All right, well, to begin, throw that down. Doodle-a-doo, 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 doodle-a-doo. Okay, so we got white hot spikes now. That helps cover any weird lead slips. That's nice. Time for Alchemist up here. Gonna do for now, just covering the lead. Let's go to double shot here. Yeah, camo lead is the first concern really on alternate balloons rounds. You get your first lead balloon at 10 as well. So you do have some health to diffuse that. If you can solve lead by 10, that's generally a good thing. Alright, I'm gonna go for a balloon jitsu into helicopter, because that'd be the cleanest way to go. So balloon jitsu should be quite good here. Okay, this worked out good. We were having slips on 36 previously, so this going directly into Bloon Jitsu is kind of a nice solve for that. Actually probably better if the helicopter's up here for the wave 40. It's just I don't want to manage it. That's what it is. All right, I'm going to make these into long-term spikes now because the truth is that most waves aren't getting past. Some are, but most aren't. Let's go for smart here. All right, I'm looking at Super Monkey here. I'm thinking like right here, but also right here looks pretty good. Just has less coverage on the track I want it to have. This will ambush all the way up into the spawn, though, which is definitely helpful. Like, the extended range will go all the way out here. Let's try this spot. I think a little more damage on this wave will help the spikes out tremendously. We're going to do this on chimps. It has to be Super Monkey here, because there's no Ultra Vision see-through walls stuff otherwise. Interesting, it's pushing some over there. I think I'm going to go for their range this time around. Man, Laser Blast does sound pretty good, though. Alright, so now I've created an additional source of knockback. We have pushback here, knockback here. I believe this will keep up to 2 moabs pretty stationary. Also, we could teleport over here now. I might. Yeah, that's pretty comparable coverage and much better on the main track. Let's go. Free up this cool position for somebody else. Necro right here seems appropriate. Let's see how this position performs. This could be okay for Necromancer as well, or even here. Could be okay, but I want to be within graveyard distance, and this seems like our best bet for that. All right, that was much better that time. I like this placement a lot. Just looking at the end of the balloon spawn is literally the end of the track, so it's promising. I like this radius too. Alright, I gotta believe if I get one more source of knockback or slow here, we can actually push back the larger moabs. Oh my god. Alright, I just wasn't prepared for 63. I had money for it. I was just going for Arcane Spike, which was a little preemptive, I guess. All right, here we go. We can definitely clear 63 with 8k there. Yo, Mr. Caliber, thanks for 36 months. Thank you, thank you. I think the unit I want is a Dragon Breath Mage right here. I think that would definitely stem the flow on that wave. Also, while Super Monkey was nice, I'm not convinced it's correct for alternate balloons rounds. I can see it being very good on Chimp, especially if I can build Discount Hut up here and then teleport it over. Let's get the White Hot Spikes, then we're going to put down, level up the Ninja, and put down Alchemist. Doodaloo, 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 doodaloo. Alright, just gonna get to the bubbly stuff, and then we're gonna put down the go Bloonjitsu Ninja helicopter. That's the one. Hit him with the Bloonjitsu. You know, this helicopter may actually be better off sequestered away from the alchemist. Like, these buffs being more cohesive to these units is probably better, because these units do a better job with the buff green bubbles too than the helicopter will. I think that's a fair statement. I think there's several spots Engineer can work on this map, sure. Engineer's pretty solid tower in general. Okay, 39 coming up. Let's just grab Alchemist buff here. Interesting that Sauda missed with the jump there. Tough but fair. Need more cleanup on this side, is the bottom line. Do. Go for Thorn Swarm here. Caltrops seem fine too. That's nice. Protecting the spikes quite well. think I'm going to try the top path this time. This does a lot better job at breaking down the stronger balloons more quickly. Alright, Druid's putting in work right now. Only 256 pops, but what it's done is kept everything away from our spikes here. It was very useful. Yo-ho Part 6, thanks for 73 months, 6 years, and climbing. Thank you. Alright, I mean, I think those got pulled up there. It's fine. Alright, so for 63, I definitely want to be over here. But I can't... Oh, I can teleport? I saw a spot. Yeah, for 63, I want to be here for sure. Okay, that's fair. So maybe moving this guy preemptively is not a good idea. Probably put him over here and then put something else here. Maybe that Dragon Breath Mage can go here now. Or maybe just Necromancer is a good call. We did like Necromancer here. Let's do it again. And good news, our start is rock solid. Yo, T-Recal, thanks for 121 months, decade plus. Thank you, T-Recal. Yo, awesome, T-Recal. Congrats on that step up. Best wishes in your next chapter. Amazing how much can change in a little over 10 years. Hey, my pleasure, T-Recal. Thanks for all your support throughout the years as well. This content has definitely been sustainable thanks to awesome people like you. Oh, this is 10. Okay. It's like, why is lead slipping? Because we're way earlier into the waves than I was remembering. Did I go Alchemist next or Spikes next? I think Spikes next. Yo, Nike, thanks for 32 months. 3-2. Thanks for that prime continuation. I'm going to make a little compromise here. Rather than go into the smart spikes, I'm just going to go into faster production, even faster production, and not go for the longer term. We're just going to try to generate more damage overall on the map. There's a little more money to work with here as well. All right, now we can go into Double Shot, into Alchemist. Actually, it's got to be Alchemist and a Double Shot. All right, Bloon Jitsu next. $29.7. Got him. Ooh, I may have actually locked myself out of helicopter here by grabbing this bottom path upgrade first. I hope not, but it's definitely possible. I should have enough here. Yo, Theodore Argash, thanks so much for 300 bits. Appreciate that generosity. Thanks for that cheer. Enjoy that lurk, Theodore. Enjoy it. We're definitely getting the push back in time here. Good. Okay, cool. We got to IFR, so that should sort it out. Okay. Do. Oh, what are we putting down now? Maybe now is a good time to go for Necromancer. I think Necromancer works good right here and right here. Though I think that this location was actually better. Yeah, just to review our ad form, I do 3 minutes per hour. I can get two minutes every 40 minutes is the current ad schedule, which do play automatically. It's exactly enough to remove pre-rolls. I mean, obviously, as a creator, I prefer no advertisements ever played on any of my content, but that's not the site we stream on or the world we live in. Advertisements are actually quite important and the only scalable income for this site to be a platform. Well, I can agree they are inconvenient. They are part of providing free content on the site. Just on a personal note, my decision to play ads has very little to do with the monetary value of the advertisements and much more for discoverability. So like, just to put this bluntly, it's my belief that if you don't play ads as a partner, that you get very diminished discoverability on the site. And it makes sense because if you think about how the algorithm is built, quote algorithm, the way Twitch displays channels that are either recommended in game categories or recommended in between channels. Just to pose the question, do you think that Twitch, the for-profit company, is going to promote streams that play ads, or they're going to promote streams that don't play ads? I think the fairest compromise is to play the minimum to remove pre-rolls, which are the ads that will play automatically when you enter a channel, which also is within the site's current guidelines for playing ads in their program or whatever it is. Personally, just based on some of the stuff I've seen on the app browsing and whatnot, it's really disconcerting to think about the way discoverability is presented overall. But per usual, I'll try to keep ads out of the content as much as I can, but they do play automatically, so I can't make any guarantees on that. And no ads for subs or turbo users in perpetuity as well. But I've seen multiple times just in the app in general, I've seen categories that have people that I know are streaming a game not appear, and I also know those channels don't play ads, and then I've had other channels which I know do play ads appear in that same category while playing the game, which is a bit of a mind warp. Well, I can understand if you feel inconvenienced by ads, but it's literally just the reality of streaming on the website. If you want to watch content for free, ads are just going to kind of be part of it. And that's not just my channel, that's going to be all channels. You're either going to get hit with ads that play automatically, or you're going to hit with pre-rolls if you're not using turbo or subbing to the channel you're watching. That's just how it is. For better or worse. If it makes you feel any better, I have the option to play 3 times as many ads as I'm playing right now. And I'm choosing not to. Thanks for your patience. Okay, what's going to help us solve 63 here? 63 is my next concern coming up. '63 is just pretty borked. What it is. Could put like an icy mage right here to slow everything down, or icy monkey. Yeah, recursive cluster cannon could be really nice. Glue in general is quite helpful. Yo, the one channel guy, thanks for 20 months. Voxen, thanks for 9 months as well. Appreciate that continuation. Thank you, thank you. Okay, how would recursive cluster look right here? Actually pretty good. It shoots all the way over. What I worry about a cannon in this location is it missing. Let's give it a go, though, and see how it performs. Looks pretty good, actually. Oh, Mepho, this is some food for thought. If you are sub to channels, you probably want to whitelist those on your blocker or whatever, because if you block ads on any particular channel, even if you're a turbo or sub user, because of the blockage, the streamer you're watching doesn't receive credit, where they would normally get full credit for the play if you weren't blocking. Of course, if that's inconvenient, I understand, but that is side effect of blocking on channels is if you are a turbo user, the streamers you're watching are receiving credit for that, even though you're not having to watch the ad. Ooh, that was too close. Okay, 54 got me there. We're a little shy of Dark Knight. I feel like Recursive Cluster was going to be really good on 63, but we should build this after we build Dark Knight. Okay, Dark Knight after that. Yeah, well said there, Prixie. Well said. Just wanted to state my stance. However you feel about it's fine, but probably a discussion better for somewhere else. Ads are what they are. Inevitable is what they are. What did I put down after this? Okay, I go Sharp Shurikens, then I'm going into the faster firing Spike Trap. Okay. Do, 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 do. Okay, bigger stacks, white hot stacks, faster production, even faster production. I feel like after we get through this, we're going to be able to clear 63. Like, I just have a really good feeling about this upcoming attempts. The mage is going to shimmer away the camo on the second set of 63 here in alternate balloons rounds, and then after that, the recursive clutch is going to be able to hit. On the Kylie Boomerang quas, it does slightly matter which hand it's thrown from. I would say it matters less on that that path of the boomerang than others. But like, for example, if the boomerang monkey was right here and throwing down the track, you'd want the hand he's throwing from to be the closest one to the track. Though we're probably talking about less than 10% efficiency difference between the two targetings. It would be a small improvement. All right, next up is Alchemist. Okay, we're going directly into Balloon Jitsu here, and then we're putting down the helicopter. Do, 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 do. S'more, stop bugging your sister, okay? Or don't. The choice is yours. This cat. Sounds nice, Night Gecko. All right, here we go. IFR. Okay, we need to stop when this thing breaks. Okay. So next up, we just put down Necromancer, right? Did I go for a buff here, maybe? Okay, buff's not going to be wrong. Okay, Necromancer, Dark Knight, Cannon. That's the routing. What? There we go. I'm gonna go for a range on this one after we get the knockback, of course. Let's go for a range first, and then we'll go for Dark Knight after. Yeah, it's doing a pretty nice job. That worked out real nice on 55. So now I'm going for cannon here. Okay, didn't even make the bend there. That's really promising. Also appears that this recursive cluster is able to intercept, which is very important. Let's go up to Spike here. Okay, let's also grab the next layer of Alchemist buff. That seems like a good thing to get pre-60. Caltrops 2. Okay, definitely willing to use abilities here. Okay, didn't even make the bend though, so this is a much better attempt than the last one. This looks really good, because it's also hitting over here when the explosion goes off. Pretty nice tower. Almost, okay. Gonna use Sato's 1 ability here in the first set. Then we got Dragon's Breath. I believe we're clearing 63 here now. Okay, that was problematic. It was mostly problematic because it was camo and the recursive cluster was not on time there. Fair. Oh, that's right. The end of 63 and alternate balloons rounds is not a cluster ceramic. Okay, then. Okay. Now we gotta start thinking about some of these heavier Moab waves. I think Spike Mines is probably a good go here. Like, I feel like we're pretty stable on clearing balloons. So the end part of the later waves would be the bigger concern. Here's actually pretty good coverage still. Not quite as good on Moabs, though. Want to make room for another unit is the thing. Definitely just upgrade the helicopter here. Let's go for Comanche defense. I almost never buy that tower. Seems cool. Still didn't make the corner. That's awesome. Almost got little homing missiles. Right on. Probably just a Moab brass boomerang monkey right here to extend the knockback. Oh, cool. The little ones are on pursuit. That's fun. All right, 80 will activate this. That was scary. There's not really a ratio I use newspaper. The most important thing to me is the which unit's closest in receiving the alchemist buff. Everything else is just kind of a bonus. Does that work here? It does. Yeah, this is super short time on that. Okay. Alternate balloons rounds is done. I have to imagine that our strategy for double HP Moab is going to be very similar to alternate balloons rounds, because alternate balloons rounds, lots of the Moabs that are regular end up being reinforced, so it should be pretty similar experience. This should technically be much easier because we're not seeing our first lead balloon until 24 instead. Easier to start, anywho. I think all the way through chimps, the Moab push helicopter is going to be in a pretty similar position. Not as imperative now to get the spikes down, but I'm going to do so anyways. Spikes are rarely a bad investment for popping power in general. Stop there for right now. All right, so it's going to go directly into Bloon Jitsu into the helicopter. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Hoping we have enough lead pop for 37, 38. We should. Currently double HP moabs, KSWA. Let's try this first. I've got an idea. We're gonna have to find out a more creative solution to our problems in Super Monkey in this location when we do chimps. I might just teleport him over here after the fact, but the truth is that this unit won't be as good in chimps because we won't get the see-through walls ultra vision because it's monkey knowledge. We're gonna go vision here. That's the spot right there. Oh yeah, that's the one. All right, now Necromancer, I think right here. Kind of believe this is the best spot for Necromancer on the map. Not getting any graveyard there, huh? Okay, fair enough. Okay, I was really hoping there's going to be room for a cannon in here after the Super Monkey teleported over. Here's that is not the case. Maybe I can get him slightly further north here. That looks good. Make room? Did not make room, but a small unit will fit in here, right? Yeah, small will. Okay, let's go for a... Well, I think this is a bad idea, but it's my idea, so let's do it. This should clear 63 for us, because we'll have... these 3 abilities for 63. I also think Arcane Spike Mage is probably necessary right now. Or we can go to the better spikes. Let's get long-term spikes at a minimum. Okay, we're not making Arcane Spike Mage before 63. I think that's a fact. We had Recursive Cluster last time in this position. It was good. Okay, didn't make it around the bin. That's a good sign. Can glue see the track from right here? Almost. Well, it can kind of see the track there. I'm imagining on chimps we have a primary HUD up here, a discount. JQ Sato is definitely a pretty good hero. It's nice on tracks that have a more linear path because she does a good job of clearing the early waves. So it's kind of an easy way to get started. I don't think Sato's the best late game hero, but she has a very nice early game which can be beneficial. Oh, right, that was 63. Okay. All right, quick restroom break for me, and then we'll head in right into another attempt here on Expert Workshop. I think we definitely had double HP Moabs. If I would have just used abilities there, we should have been fine. All right, we have returned. Let's get back to it. I'm going to use Stout again. I think I'm going to swap over to Oben for Unpoppable, and we'll start working on a strat there. We also have Half Cash coming up, which is going to be an adventure for sure. Here we go. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Doodaloo. I think we can probably cut the Spike Factory here, but I'm going to grab it regardless, just so we have a little bit of a safety net. And Cat Pinpin's just so full of it today. What's going on with you, Pinpin? Charging the other cats. She's just being a pill. Really. What a good kidders. What a good kidder. Yeah, one spicy Kitterino. Hey, good problem to have there, Big Pharma. Too many good games to play? That's nice. That's nice. All right, alchemist time. Here we go. Hey, nice Wonko. Oh, hey, are you still working on the machines at Reset Games Bellingham, Wonko? I only asked 'cause I went in there about 2 weeks ago and I was playing a couple rounds, and I noticed that most of the high scores were Doc, which I believe is your call sign. You're pretty damn good at pinball, sir. Pretty good. Okay, we're going Balloon Jitsu into the pushback helicopter. That's the plan. Yeah, people do that, Zealousy. People do that. Some real wizards out there for sure. WTS. Okay, cool, Wonka. That's right. That's right. Okay, wave 40 is cleared. I didn't buy Berserker Brew there, that's definitely a difference. Oh, that's fair, Wonka. What machines you got in house right now? I feel like I want to put Super Monkey down here. I don't know. There's really nothing wrong with our last attempt, but I feel like we just could have done better. Let's start here. Oh, it's a nice set, Wonka. Nice set. Ooh, Revenge from Mars. Fun one. Yo, Gindy. Thanks for 44 months. Appreciate you as well, Gindy. Thanks so much, man. Alright, so I believe I'm going to teleport down here. And then I'm going to replace the slot the Super Monkey was with a Necromancer right here. I'm going to put this guy on strong, actually. What? Am I really lacking that much lead popping? Apparently so. All right, now our Cursive Cluster is going to go right next to the lane, which I think is going to be just a better placement overall. Her. This is currently double HP moabs, Gindi. Alright, so we have 63 incoming. Let's just go stronger stimulant here. And then I think what I want to do is put a second alchemist down here somewhere. Maybe right here. Yeah, so this will only buff the super monkey and the recursive cluster, which should be a slammin' buff. Yo, Qual, thanks for 22 months. Thanks, dude. Okay, we're clearing 63 right now. This is big. On the second set here, I'm going to use the Stomp. On the third set, I'm going to use the Sweep. I want to make sure this happens. Okay, this spot for Recursive Cluster is mint. Did I see Sauda reach the limit of how much she can pop there? Bit Trip Rerunner releasing in 8 days. Oh boy. That's cool. Okay, let's go for some Moab Press now. We'll almost certainly be checking that out. I love some Bit Trip Runner. Hope my old brain can keep up these days. Hoping that Risk of Rain Returns gets a release date pretty soon, too. It should. Yeah, I definitely got some history with Bit Trip Runner. That's for sure. A game series I enjoy a lot. Played quite a bit too. Probably about 500 hours between all of the games. I'm going for Arcane Spike here because I believe in its efficiency. Alright. Okay, I think next up should probably be... let's just do another knockback here. I don't think the slow is going to be necessary in this position anyways. Our Boomerang Monkey is on first right now. The one in front. This one will go on last. Actually, we'll go on strong here. Oh, snap, I hit the wrong hotkey. All right, well, 76 and 78 are clear with this build, just off of Sauda's usabilities. I just have to hit the right button. Fair enough. There's no reason this will not clear 80. We're in the money now. This track's always been in Bloonsin CD6. You can manage your jukebox at the you can manage your jukebox in the front screen with the windmill. Alright, let's keep it simple, keep it cool. Alright, it's gonna go to White Hot Spikes, and then we'll escalate to Alchemist, then into Blue Jitsu, then into Push Moab Helicopter, Dark Knight, Necromancer, Recursive, something else. All right, we're going to be going Bloon Jitsu. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to build Necromancer first on 41, and then I'm going to put Super Monkey right here. I'm just going to build him there. I think we're going to have a little bit of an issue on chimps getting into a strat that doesn't require the Super Monkey. We can certainly find a workaround, but I'm using a strat right now that won't work on chimps because no monkey knowledge. Okay, helicopter is next. You know, I bet there's enough money to put down discount hut here. No matter. Yo, Gunhead509, thanks for 32 months. Appreciate that. All right, Sauda missed a little bit there. That'll happen. Super Monkey's next. This cleared 63 last time. Let's just stick with the sauce here. Yes, this switch reverses this track, making the balloons go slower, and this switch temporarily opens up these gates so that it takes longer for the balloons. The first use is free, though I'm trying to finish these attempts without using those. I may use these on chimps on a key moment, but we should be able to clear without using them. And overall, due to the limited time they allow, 30 in-game seconds on this one, I think 16 on this one, it's a really tight timing. I guess Robo Monkey could actually be pretty sick too. Let's stick with the sauce. Sauce be tasty. It's real good, WoW Master. It's a nice one. Maybe a little more difficult to execute on some maps than others, but can be viable even in chimps. Okay. Definitely worth playing around with. So the bottom path on the Beast Handler can pull balloons from one wave to another. It's like if you use the high-level Beast Handler on this way, you can actually pull the balloons from here and put them on this track. Would be a possible use case. Very expensive, but even viable. Probably in chimps mode for this one. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and buff this up here. All right, the sweep's on 3, not 2. All right, little moment of truth, 63. Gonna stomp on the first set. I'm gonna sweep if I have to, though. I gotta believe this clears with the recursive cluster. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this set does. Okay, a little bit got through, but still fine. $76 is the wave I need to be concerned about now. Maybe here too. Well, got pushed back. So on both 76 and 78, I'm going to control the waves with Saudo's 3 ability. I think the spike trap is the last thing I'm upgrading here. Gotta be ready on 76, 78. Doodaloo, 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 doodaloo. There we go. Getting pushed back. That's close. Oh, no, I just used that on 75 as well. Okay, well. We got 3,900 to spend here. Put down a Windy Druid. Alright, that cleared this time. Gonna do yet another boomerang press here. Handedness is probably marginally better on left hand here. Alright, I just forgot my ability again. Life's hard when you're a human with a brain. Well, at least we have the entire build order done now. Know exactly what we got to do. Yo, Frosty Kraken, thanks so much for 9 months. Appreciate that continuation. Thank you, dude. I think a good call is on the spikes going into the longer term spikes. We could have had resource built up pretty well there. The moment to do that is probably when we put the glue down. A sharp shrieking yet? I don't. Alright, Alchemist 200 directly into Bloonjitsu is the next step here. Go, ninja, go. Definitely thinking Oban might be used for our chimps attempts. We're still a fair way away from chimps, though. We got half cash and some other stuff going on. Okay, next up is Necromancer right here. Definitely used Azili for a few chimps attempts, but we'll not be using them for this map for sure. Pretty certain I've used every hero in the game and chimps at some point. Alright, range next. You know, I think I'm gonna go for a Robo Monkey here, alright? Let's give this a try. It's a bit of a delay, and maybe I shouldn't be deviating my strat, which I already know works, but I'm curious about Robo Monkey's efficiency maybe on chimps here. And then we'll go one on first, one on strong. So one arm will fire down the Moab, the other one will fire straight forward. What I do like about this option is we're getting two sets of darts, which have multiple pierces and can also do pushbacks. We're getting more pushback for the upgrade, more or less. Okay, next up is recursive cluster right here. I don't think so in this case, Wiz. I think first is what we want. I think last could also work, but I think first is better for the main cannon. Last can be very variable depending on which lane things are coming from. And I'd say the the knockback on the dart to me is more important than the overall efficiency of the damage, if that makes sense. All right, 63 is clearing. Beautiful. Also, hey, Saudo's abilities on the hotkey I'm used to. That's nice. All right, I'm going to make this one into the long-term spikes now. Going close here. I don't think so, R-Step. I don't think Wind Druid comes anywhere close to what Spike Factory does, just contain. I think we could add a Wind Druid with the Spike Factory, but I don't think those are even close to a one-to-one exchange. Recursive Cluster is doing the work. Doo-doo. All right, let's go ahead and go here. What am I putting down next? I was doing the Moab press next, or I went glue maybe. Feels like Moab push is going to be pretty important for the coming waves. One more good Moab press spot right here. Maybe I should just build in here with the presses. Yeah, let's start here with this. And we'll go for strong. Oh, hey, you know what? This is a much better spot for glue. This is it. This is the money right here. This is definitely the glue spot. Okay, 76, I'm using the 2 ability. Using the 2 ability. Got him. Let's go for a glue splatter, why not? I'll go for another knockback here. Yikes. Let's go like a stomp stomp. Oh, look at him get pushed back. Lads. Almost forgot. That'd be the 3rd time we've lost off of ability use, so I forgot there. Classic me. That was interesting. Like, I didn't see the sweep over here. Feeling like there might be a limited amount of balloons we can push away with that. Okay, we're just going to go for one more Moab push. And the reason we're going to do this is it's going to clear 80, which is my main concern right now. I feel like our strat on chimps is going to have to be quite similar to this, because this lane is so short. Like, we got to have a lot of pushback and possibly glue on that side, just to keep everything pushed far enough away so that there's time to pop it. Just typoed. Okay, I don't believe the ZOMG can even make it on screen here. It's gonna get pushed back by the triple, and then when the glue hits, it will definitely get pushed back. We should be good here. GG. All right, half cash and poppable chims are the 3 medals left. I think half cash has to be the next go. I also think for half cash, we're basically stuck using Sauda on this map. And maybe Quincy could be all right, but Sauda is going to be better for the straight track overall. All right, our cash, it's half. So I'd say the biggest concern on half cash is usually wave 63. Like, getting past 63 is the major hurdle, and it definitely will be on this map because the track's so short. we have a couple ways of dealing with this. One, I can put down stuff like recursive cluster and things that are great at popping ceramics. Or two, I can put down a unit that has abilities like Ice Monkey, pretty expensive for where we're at, to slow down the wave. Pretty tough choice, honestly. Yeah, Jubei Hero. So if you go to the monkey knowledge and then you go to the magic tree, and then you go to the right-hand side, there is a monkey knowledge for 3 investment that gives you 10% extra monkey bucks. What you're probably seeing in this case is we're playing on the expert maps, which have a much higher cash reward per medal completion, the highest, in fact. But if you're newer to the game, definitely recommend grabbing that extra monkey bucks per clear on the monkey knowledge tree. That's the only increase in monkey bucks. Yeah, we may consider using some of the machinery on half cash. Doesn't seem like a bad idea. Well, I think a good place to start on half cash is exactly your previous strat to see what's missing or if you can get away with it anyways. So I can clear 28 with Sauda's ability on the lead, but I'm not going to clear 30 with that. Let's get the Alchemist down with some lead popping ability. Yeah, I won't be using instas for any of my initial clears, but definitely this would be a great spot to use some insta-monkey. I agree. Okay. See, now our difficulty is killing the wave 40 Moab in time. If we can break it at all, Sauda can jump on top of the balloons that pop out. So if we can just get a little bit of Moab damage down, might be alright. We're going to have around 4k to spend here, maybe a little less. $36 is also an extremely serious wave here. Okay, maybe instead of the alchemist, it's possible to get a helicopter down. So how are we popping lead if that's the case? Maybe just hard thorns druid in here on strong. This is a compromise. There's no way we're making Moab shove currently. I still think getting helicopter down is probably okay. Alright. Gonna use the ability on the last set here. How much cash are we going to have remaining by the end of this? 11 remaining. All right. Yeah, I think this druid with hard thorns is feeling more and more desirable as a lead popping option instead of the alchemist to do a lot more work as far as popping leads. Maybe even we just get vine druid going. I think sound as a wave later this time. What does last look like here? Strong, maybe? I agree, Rocket 2. It's really, really nice thing they do for you. Kind of feels like maybe here for the druid is the best spot. Get a better spread into the lane. Alright, I'm going to try for Vine Druid here. I think it's a little bit of a stretch, but I'm curious if it'll work. Yo-ho, rely on no one. 99 months. Another evening of balloons lurking indeed. Thanks for being here, partner. Appreciate that. I mean, a little bit of slippage here is to be expected. I think just first is what we want. Yeah, this druid placement, maybe on last targeting right here, could be really good spread through the wave. Okay, that was not great. Okay, let's put you on first here. Now, maybe, just maybe, I can save up for Moab Press helicopter with this. Doesn't seem impossible. Okay, 37 will have some camo slip if we don't improve the camo vision of this unit. It's about 10k between 30 and 40 with a little more on the back end. So I think we make Moab shove like barely in time on this. Also, this Vine Druid doing work, per usual. I'll need to use ability here is what it is on the camo. Here it comes. All right, in my mind, Vine Druid is very clearly the solution to all of the early game problems here. Are we going to make bigger jets? We did make bigger jets. That's big, because it's essentially going to stall this Moab in place. Then when it breaks, we pop here. Okay, we survive wave 40 on half cash. That is a very big deal. Now we need to turn our focus to wave 63 and how that's going to get cleared. Right now, Sven, the Druid's job is to pop lead, so he needs to be further ahead on the track to pop the lead for the other units. I do think his best placement's probably right here, but his job is not Moab damage, nor will it be on this attempt. Get some buffage going here. Yo, Scuba Steven, thanks for 108 months, dude. Thank you. Holy guacamole. Alright, so we cleared 40, but then died on 43. We did have some cash to spend. Maybe just a mage here with Firewall to round out the gap could be nice. Let's get to it again. I'm gonna try right up against this, see how it works. We might get a little pierce here. Hmm. Definitely not better than here. Go for a last targeting, see how that performs. Okay, I am getting Pierce on that. That's good. The best placement would be getting Sauda down before the end of that wave. No, I don't think that's going to happen. Ooh, this is a lot closer. He's at 72 instead of 64. Almost 82. Okay. That's that. Right here, I think. I'm gonna put him on last right now. Just hoping for a little bit better vine spread. That's not bad. That's not bad. Pretty strong. Say it's pretty comparable. Liking this angle better than the angle from here. Let's try keeping him on last. It's got to be strong. I'm looking at the health. I'm not actually sure this performed better. It looked better in my mind, but I don't know if it actually is. Maybe just right here, since we're going to have limited placements anyways. Let's try keeping the vine on strong as well this time around. Bigger jets to do anything right now just makes the helicopter move faster, so no. There's nothing for us currently. Alchemist buff generally makes up a lot of popping power for the costs, Forgotten Wish. So definitely difficult to pull off here in half cash sometimes. Oh yeah, needed ability use there. Fair. Oh, just a little late on my ability there. Fair enough. Let's try a slightly different position for the druid this time. Kind of thinking right here, but on first, so that he's playing catch-up continually. It does make his darts potentially a little bit less effective, but at the same time, it also means that his thorns will be going in a consistent direction. Am I getting there? Oh, that was so close. 584. Almost got it down that wave. Let's take a look at this placement. I'm thinking right up against the table here. I don't know. We did this with the other monkey, and it made his placement a lot worse. About right here. Yeah, I like that this side's open a little bit more. Put him here for now. Try last targeting. This angle looks pretty good. Still feel like there's got to be a slightly better placement for the druid. What that is, I don't know. Well, this placement is performing slightly better because we have shield right now, and we lost our shield previously. So I guess on that note, this is the one. If balloons made it into these loops and the vines would target them, yes. The vines target the balloons directly. They're part of the track, so yes, Spirit of the Forest would go in there. Get him. Hey, what's up, Tornus? Good to see you, man. Hope you and the stream are doing excellent. Nice to see ya. It's a good walk, Tornus. Good walk. I've been doing a lot of hiking this summer myself. Okay, so we're going to go into IFR here. Actually, before we go IFR, let's get this mage down. Okay, this was the Necromancer position before, which is something I'd like on half cash, but I'm not convinced I can afford right now. We'll just have to maneuver to a slightly different one if we do that. Let's, for now, go into Wall of Fire Guided Magic. Okay, recast the wall, please. Thank you. IFR before that would have been helpful. This very well may be our moment to save for Necromancer. I think we'll go right here. Let's find out if this is true or not. Alright, fair enough. Let's review the map. So I think like the only feasible change we could make here is get away from the push helicopter because it's very expensive. 1,000 for the placement and then like another 4,200 or so for that. So maybe we can get this combination down sooner. As long as we can pop the Moab on 40, we're all right, I guess is my point. So I think we just need to delay helicopter. I think the helicopter, while it's really good on this map, is not doing enough work early enough in the waves after 40. Oh, we're getting it. Nice. Okay, so we got Souter down one round earlier, which doesn't seem like it's a big deal, but it gets her to level 4 faster, which is very good for our timing. Leave Mud first here to see what happens. Yeah, I don't think this position is as effective on the Thorns, but I want to free up this spot for the Necromancers. It's just nicer. Or for the Flame Mage, rather. Yeah, go strong. Not convinced on this this placement right now. Look good there. Okay, maybe strong's the ticket in that location then. Alright, so now instead of helicopter, I'm going to put down a mage right here. Yeah. Okay, this guy actually doesn't need guided magic. So we'll go Monkey Sense before 37. One potential downside of not grabbing guided magic is we can't place the fire at the junction, so it'll be a little bit off of the moabs.
That's still okay, though. The fire being able to see camo is a pretty large benefit. All right, now how much do we get here? Pre-Moab. Can we kill the Moab with the amount of stuff we currently have? I think that's a little bit dubious right now. Especially if the flames don't hit the Moab. It may hit it on the way around, but also maybe not. All right, we got 3,000 here. Okay, so 1080, 700, so that's 1,400, 2,480. 2,480. Yeah, okay, barely. Barely counts. Okay, it's not gonna be fast enough here. Fair enough. Moab press helicopter looking better by the second. What's just some other options we have that aren't that, though? Okay, I think potentially if the guided magic was touching the Moab, maybe would have had enough there. I also feel like Bloon Jitsu plus Sauda would probably be enough to at least break the Moab, which is all we need for 40. Hey, Bogon PT, thanks for 24 months. Appreciate that 2 years. Hope you're having a good one as well. Yeah, Big Cat, I really like the idea of Moab push here, too. I don't think we're going to quite make it before 40, though, unfortunately. Big Moab push Boomerang Monkey is going to be a key unit for this map in general. I feel like it was best here. Like, best performance was this placement here, for sure. Probably just on strong. Yeah, that looks really good. Yoho Baker Staunch, thanks so much for that resubscription. Appreciate the 54 months. Thank you. Doodaloo, 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 doodaloo. Okay, next thing I'm going to attempt here, since we have lead covered through 59 with the druid, I'm just going to put down a ninja and try to get to Bloonjitsu. See if we can just barely pop open this Moab in time. I'd say Firewall Wizard overall is much less consistent than Druid, and it's a similar price. So, Druid has global coverage, where the Firewall Wizard not only is limited to the small zone where they create the fire also dissipates and needs to be recast. So there's some issues with that. That is to say, Firewall Mage is still a very strong tower, but it's not a replacement for the Druid in this build. Or any build, really. The thing that Firewall Mage can do that Druid can't is it can see camo on the bottom path. All right, we'll see. We'll see. Nope. Almost, man, almost. All right, Bloonjitsu's not it. Semi-tempted to go back to the helicopter idea and maybe put this ninja down after 40. Lots of good options here. Half cash is just definitely a mode. Yeah, we figured out the placement on the Dart Monkey at least. Get the hero down one round earlier. So I'm using the edge of this table and just removing the red from the edge of the margin, and that is the placement. Oh, hey, look at that. These are open. They're not supposed to be. Go restart the map. There we go. You know, I'm going to put him on strong now. I think that's actually a good call. It can break down maybe some of the yellow bloom. A little bit less leak here early. Alright, let's go back to this placement. This placement definitely worked best. It has the most track coverage overall as well. Yeah, definitely not going to be using insta-monkeys for our first attempt. There's nothing wrong if that's strategy you want to use. There's no wrong way to play a single-player game. But just as a general rule, I am not in a rush to get any victory, nor am I inconvenienced by being challenged. In fact, being challenged is my favorite part of playing video games. Yeah, this druid placement is like super money. It is a very strong placement for other units to that spot, so I think it's okay since we're on half cash, and we're going to be putting down less units overall to be using the druid here. I think Spike Factory could definitely still be part of the build here. A Spike Factory, I would say overall, for the price of the unit, it's very comparable in popping power to some others, so Spike Factory is definitely not going to be a bad choice in most cases. All right, 36 is clear in here. Large thanks to the druid. Okay, at the end of 37, I'm going to use my ability here. All right, here we go. I'm surprised some got by there. They did. All right, next up we need some more popping power. I think I'm going to choose Ninja again here. I think Ninja here has a pretty good position. That's just why I need more pops. Okay, this clear 42. That makes me feel good about that. Holy guacamole, dude. All right, we lived. Barely because of the sword usage. Let's see if we can get to Bloonjitsu here. The answer is no, we cannot get to Bloonjitsu here. Oh, okay. Let's just let it ride. Yeah. Need a little more ceramic popping. I think just an alchemist behind the ninja would probably help out. I also think we might be better off waiting on IFR and putting down other camo balloons. All right, we're going to think on that one for a little bit. I'm going to stand up, stretch real fast, use the restroom, grab some water, also grab some snack here, already prepared thanks to my lovely wife. Please do enjoy the cuter kitters that are going to appear here. Let me get into the map, and then I'll stand up. Be back soon for some more fun. All right, we're back. What good kidders, huh? All right, thought about our half cash here a little bit during the break, and I think the solution has to be cutting the helicopter because all of our problems are coming post 40. So I think is a good policy here for half cash. We may want to use the track extensions on wave 40 to have it pass through here, which would open up some other Moab popping options. I'm mainly thinking right now about maybe Arcane Mage, or maybe also Fighter Plane. Anywho, here we go. So we're going to go Sauda, then we're going to go into Druid, then we're going to go into Ninja. Actually, let's try Sauda, Ninja, then Druid. Could maybe fix some of these early game slips with the Ninja being 3-0-1. Yeah, Daisy does go wild for those fried turkey liver treats. It's like the sweetest sustenance for her, apparently. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. All right, yeah, we're going to compromise here. I'm going to put the Druid down first. Maybe the Ninja wants to be here. Tough call. I feel like while it looked worse, the Druid was performing good up here. Big difference between looking worse and being worse. Okay, let's put the Ninja right here in the slightly more advantageous position for this track. Okay, this is feeling somewhat promising, so we're not having a lot of slippage issues. And I know this will clear 28 through 30, so let's leave it like that for now. Okay. Very curious how the druid's going to do on 37 here. Let's put down our next unit, which is going to be a guy right here. So the reason I'm kind of liking the idea of Arcane Mastery in this position is that we're going to have access to way over here and way over here. So if we do use the track extensions on 40, this guy's going to be on target the entire time. I think for half cash, 40 is a very reasonable place to be using the track divider. Oof. Let's go Intense Magic then. Alright, that's still a pretty major slip there. Alright, so going into Monkey's Sense first was important if we're not going to go Vine Druid. Good to know. Alright, so a little bit of lead got by there. Fair. Lets us know that Druid by himself is not quite it. Though I do believe I can afford Arcane Mastery and Vine Druid, so after getting this down to 301, we're going to come back for Vine Druid and then go into Arcane Mastery. That's going to be our build pre-40. Do 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 do. Definitely a tough one, so actually truly worthy of the expert tag on this one. All right, so we're going to 301 and then going back for Vine Druid. 28 and 30 were fine with Hard Thorns, but 37 was not. So we need a little bit more lead poppage. There's other places we can get lead pop, including going Firewall on this mage. I think Monkey Sense is going to be better for the total build, so I'd like to build it that way. You could definitely see Hard Thorns, Thorn Swarm being better before Double Shot. Let's go at least Hard Thorns. We're going to need that for the lead wave. Alright, so far that was pretty sweet. Alright, so we're going to go back to Thorn Swarm. We're going directly into Divine Druid, then we're going to put the Arcane Mage down. And I believe we have enough money for both these things. Albeit barely. Okay. Wow, one still got by there. Incredible. Okay, 36 is getting cleared. That's huge. That's big. Map's going good so far. Mr. Rose got advanced balloons, apocalypse, and sorry, alternate balloon rounds, apocalypse, and double HP Moabs done so far today. Fair enough. All right, cool. So I can afford monkey sense beforehand. So I'm going to activate the track extenders here. You can see that this mage has access to the Moab when it enters, all the way through this one, all the way through this one. So I'm hoping between these three units, I can pop the Moab and stomp on the ceramics by the time 40's up. Looking like no, though. Okay, fair enough. Okay, I do think a not-so-small difference would be if this ninja was up here. We'd have better ambush and better over here, so I think that's the next try. Actually, I got a wise idea here for 40. Yes, we're currently playing half cash. That's correct. Let's try one more deviation here. Mid-path ninja is definitely good. React, we're a little strapped for cash, so we're playing half cash. Half cash is definitely the most limiting mode in Bloons, and expert BAPs are limiting in their own ways, so we got double limitation. Okay, so with this setup, we have camo covered through 37. If I'm going to do this, I got to do Alchemist first. I see that now. Well, let's see how much 27 makes, actually. Can kill 28 with Sauda's ability. Okay, it leaves us moderately shy of this. But I still think this is passable. Okay, there's a different way to do that that'd be more efficient, but for now. Sauda never has lead popping without support, no. She gets bonus damage to stunned and slowed balloons. Boy, that's a long time in between the casts there. Take a look at Sauda's abilities here. 15. Okay, 13. Enchanted Blades do more damage and allow Sauda to damage all balloons. So at 13, she gets lead popping. That's good. We get bonus Moab damage off of that. So with this ability, we're going to have it. Also, we're going to put the flames right here. Put the flames right here. Okay, I really feel like if I was pre-prepared with the flames in the right spot, that definitely would have killed the Moab. Yo, Captain the Redbeard, thanks for 52 months. Appreciate that continuation, partner. Thank you. So many cool people here in chat today. Say a huge thank you to everybody in all the ways you do choose to support this content. Would not have this experience without you. That is definitely a fact. We're here in our 12th year on the site. Still no frills to boot. Streaming, of course, always has its ups and downs, but grateful to still be here full-time after 12 years. Every year I've streamed, things have gotten weirder and weirder on the site, but we still have this cool place to hang out and enjoy video games together, which I think is awesome. Do. Dun, dun. This is feeling quite promising. Fair enough. Should he use the ability preloaded the ability there? Yeah, not using it at the start may burn me here. As it turns out, we're fine. Yeah, we also saw here I was able to get Intense Magic Sense if I wanted. And I think with this guy giving the lead popping, I can maybe get away without going Firewall here. I'm still going to go Firewall. Going to put the Firewall directly on the junction where the Moab goes in and out. Except for this time, we have the Alchemist down for 37 and 38, so I believe we're in a better position here. 36 is going to be a doozy. Let's just do this. We'll see. Okay, it doesn't look like it's going to be critical, but it's going to be painful. Haha, close, okay. I think Mage could be placed right here. It's going to be Firewall Mage, could be similar capacity. I don't know, a big part of me here is thinking that the Vine Druid was just a more effective option. It was definitely making 36 not leak, so I think I'm going to do that instead. That unit's misplaced. Oh, hey, I need to go back here. It's just a graphical glitch, so the doors are still open there. To reload the map. I don't believe that would have changed anything on wave 40. There we go. Doors are back closed again. Better. Do. Okay, I'm gonna do a compromise here. I'm gonna put a druid down with hard thorns on strong, and then I'm gonna build the ninja to 201, then mage. The main problem with the previous couple of compositions, they were just lacking lead popping in general. Moab Shredder is also a choice we could make for 40. right, now Ninja. Okay, 201 now. Okay, so this covers camo through, I think, 47. Now this guy. The firewall was down there. Okay, with the firewall up, everything's A-okay. All right, nothing got by there, but if it did, I was gonna use the ability. All right, now with the lead threat diminished, I'm going to put the fire right here on the junction so that the Moab's getting hit when it comes out, when it goes through, and hopefully I'll have recast by the time it gets back up here. If not, I need to move it over here, which is fine too. Sure, double shot sounds great. I got a whole grand here? Wow. We could have put down Alchemist with the buff here as well. Interesting. Let's throw this down just for some basic catch as we're working towards this Moab. Let's see what happens with this firewall strat. I think it's going to be good. Cast the firewall. Thank you. Oh. I didn't activate the extras there. Overall, the Moab was below half health there, so I think if we just move him through here and recast the firewall, maybe right there, that's definitely going to get the job done. That was a big improvement to the previous attempts. You know, we could have also pulled off there Vine Druid, which would just really hold things together a lot nicer. So we're going to go Druid, Hardthorns, Ninja to 101 into Vine Druid. Then we'll place the Mage. Dun, 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 dun. Let's grab this, and then we'll grab Vine. Yeah, Unworldly Boomerang Push Monkey will definitely be part of our chimp strategy, but right now it costs about 4K, so it's about 3 times as much as we're able to spend. 340. Just with what's left in this strap. Okay, Vine Druid's down. That's good. Now time for some mage stuff. Boy, vines are helpful here. That's the closest track. All right. I don't disagree. Actually, let's just move this back here for right now. That's where it's going to be. Okay, I don't technically have to get to Arcane Mastery to have this firewall go from place to place, but I'm going to do it anyway. Here we go. Okay, cool. Good amount of money left over pre-40 here. This time we're actually going to activate the track extensions. Ooh, all right, not quite, not quite. I gotta believe that if the ninja was behind Sauda here, that would have been enough damage. Or maybe even if the druid was behind Sauda, then we could get a lot of thorns out beforehand. Okay, we're gonna move the druid right here. That's gonna be the Moab kill for sure. Druid actually does really nice damage to Moabs. Also a pretty good angle for them to get hits, so should be all good. I think as a concession for this build, I'm gonna need to place the ninja before the druid and get to 101, just so it operates at a better margin. Doodle-a-doo, 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 doodle-a-doo. Yeah, main Moab sniper is way out of reach on half cash. We have done attempts where we got Moab push helicopter, which is pretty effective here, but it was a little bit too expensive to survive after 40 unless I want to manually control it, which I'm not going to try to go towards a manual control helicopter strat. Not totally against it. I'd prefer to work around it. Oops, that was my fault. That did not need to slip. Alright, Drew going down next right here, so I'm going to keep him as far right as possible so he can hit the entire Moab track, but also try to keep him close enough that he can pop leads, too. Pretty sure you still get 70% sell value in half cash, but you did technically spend more of your overall percentage of money on the unit. Okay, covered. Let's go Arcane Blast first here. I'd almost like to make this work without taking the Wall of Fire, if I could. I feel like this might be able to pull it off better. Try it this way. Do-dum, do-dum. Okay. Dang, I missed my moment there. Well, at the very least, that tells us where we're at, because even if it went down here, it wouldn't have been fully popped. So it seems like going Wall of Fire on this guy instead of the double shot is the main way we're going to be able to kill the Moab, by having the targeting go from here to here, and then jumping with Sauda. We're basically there. Seeing if we were able to afford choppers, 1070, 270, 380, so there's 600. So we'll call it 1700 plus 3200 for the Moab push. I guess that's almost 5,000. There's a lot of things we could buy for that. Might even be able to put down Dragon Breath Mage for that amount of money. Oh, sorry about that. Seemed to work fine. Dun, 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 dun. You very much have the option of skipping the ninja altogether as well. I think that makes our camo coverage a little dubious, though. All right, 201's next, then Vines. All right, Druid of the Jungle is out. All right, 36 looking great. Get him. Oh man, that was close. All right, I'm gonna say that moving the wall of fire around just a little bit inefficient as far as popping the Moab. So we just need a little bit more damage on the Moab overall. It's so close to working. I think it's not unfair to say that fighter jet, if these were activated and we had a little more damage, would be enough to pop it. I think it's also fair to say that saving for Moab Shredder spikes would be a way to force 40 to pop so we can jump with Sauda. Kind of interested in the Shredder spikes right now, because those could definitely fill the lead gap as well. Or at least a portion of the lead gap. I also generally think Moab Shredder is a really nice tower. And if we were able to afford Spike Storm by 63, we could clear one with Sauda's 1, one with Sauda's 2, and one with the Spike Storm. Okay, so spikes cover camo. And a good amount of it. And Sauda also hits camo, so the real camo concern would be 59. So what we can do here is we can put down the Druid in the better location, where it's performing the best, and then we can put Moab down, or sorry, Shredder down instead of the Ninja. Put it here for now where it was doing good. Yo, Spam Hater, thanks for 61 months. Thank you, dude. I know from our very opening attempts we can go directly into the Vine Druid here, no problem. Hey, what's up, Zephyronaut? Enjoy that cozy lurk. Okay. Vines are down. Now we're going to put down Spike Factory back here, I think. So on the placement of the Spike Factory, I would like the spikes to be placed as far west as possible without actually going on the upper track. So that's like right about here. A little bit on the upper track's okay. On the left track is not okay. So we'll use this little turnstile to do it. Yeah, that'll get the regular balloons. It's a good placement. Looks like we're going to have just enough to reach Moab Shredder. Good. $2,700, huh? That's a little more than I thought. Gotta remember this placement, it's a good one. Okay, there's that. Okay, well, it definitely popped the Moab. I think the ticket here is just to open up the turnstiles and let it go through. Give this time to generate spikes. I'm going to stick with this strategy just because it's so simple. Like, it's only 3 units to get through wave 40, which seems really easy to manage. We do Sauda, we do Vine Druid, we do Shredder. And we just got to pop this on 40 and we should be good to go. Dun 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 dun. Okay, strong. Okay, here we go. Now Spike Factory. Gonna use that same place. The placement was really good last time. Really nice. Yep, definitely could be a viable option on this map, or brand. I don't know about half cash, but Beastmaster could definitely work here to move the Moabs down to this track. Certainly an option. I know Beast Handler could be used on chimps pretty effectively, but I think half cash just a little out of reach. If I had to guess. Beast Handler's this one right here, to the right of Engineer. The latest tower added to Bloon's TD6. Okay, it's going to give it enough time to build up here. There we go. All right, we're through 40 pretty cleanly as well. I did have to use the activator, but other than that, it's pretty good. We got a lot of value on the track here as well. I'm just going to go right into bigger spikes, white hot spikes, because I think it's the best improvement to our overall popping power I can get right now. All right. Now what? Wow. Okay, 43 we got destroyed on there. So probably something instead of bigger spikes, white hot spikes to help on 43. That give us approximately 2 grand to spend, a little bit more. No. Let's get back there and see. I might even consider using the conveyor on 43 just to get through the wave and get one more unit down. Feel like these two things, at least on half cash, are use it or lose it. All right, here we go. Trying to think of what's actually in range for us to put down. There's a couple options. Let's get past 40 here first, though. We have basically just a straight shot to it. Maybe even the Heart of Thunder Druid could put in some good work on 43. Yeah, Druid's about the cheapest solution for a lot of waves. I don't think I'll be changing this placement. Just for the cost down, it's pretty efficient. All right, 36 felt great. All right, Moab be shredded. The wave that's been hurting us here is 43. Let's see what happens up to that point. Because 41, 42 have been fine. Let's figure out exactly how much cash we have to spend here. Okay, 1983. Maybe a pin engineer could be interesting try for the amount of cash we have. Just putting Ninja down with 201 could definitely be adequate as well. I think engineer will do better on getting pops than Ninja will, at least for this. Get double guns going. Larger service area, maybe. Okay, Pin Engineer did slow it down enough that we were able to survive, which is certainly a goal. I think this engineer should maybe be closer up, though. Okay. Just see how this does here. Yeah, I think the engineer being in here with maybe even deconstruction could be the way to go. Okay. Got a nice little spot here we're able to save up. All right. 49 was it. Did have 5k to spend though, so we were in a good range. Pin engineer looked alright. Probably up here though. Alright, this time Druid's going to go on the bottom, so I can put the pin engineer right here, which will be a much better placement for a lot of reasons. Right. We're not using the slow on the bell yet, because we're not at a point where we feel like we need to do that. Like, basically, if I'm going to use either of these, I have to have a set moment to do so, and we just made our PBs, so trying to use the conveyor slow down when we don't actually know what our build's doing doesn't make sense to me. If I'm going to use this, I'm going to know the exact moment that I want to do so. And that's not an unknown territory. That'd be at a set stuck point, which will maybe be 63. Or maybe not at all. Every use after the first one costs more and more money. So free on the first one, then 350, then probably 700, 750, something like that. Doo-doo-doo-doo. On 63, it seems reasonable to use the reverse belt on one and then the abilities for the other two waves. And be the most likely use case, I agree. Doodle-doo, 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 doodle-doo. Yo, 3D Res, thanks so much for 94 months. Thank you. All right, 2,700 coming up. Dang, 3D Res, 94, dude. Thank you all for that amazing support this awesome Sunday. Happy to be here doing this thing once again. We're doing it. I kind of feel like this strat is going to be a staple of half cash for me now on expert maps. This looks pretty good. All right. Next up is Pin Engineer right here. I'll go for a larger service area. That's pretty good, pretty good. All right, so we got here last time with a less efficient engineer, and then we died with 5K left on 49. Wave 50 has more moabs, which is definitely concerning. I think Necromancer would be a good try right now. Let's see. It's not going to be like a bad unit as it gets built up. Either here or here. Here's also pretty good. Let's try right here for it. Could potentially allow for Wall of Fire as well, which would be super useful going into 50. $47 got us, huh? That's weird. I feel like we cleared that last time with the engineer being up front more. Okay, then. Yeah, NG right behind the dart did work. I think what I'm going to try next is instead of going the further distance on the engineer, I'm going to try turrets. Because with the engineer here, really the turrets should be placed in pretty optimal locations for hitting the track. And then if the turrets pick up pin as well, that should be helpful, I imagine. We just need a little more popping power on the track. Thanks, Zidane. Dang, okay, Druid's not performing as well here. It's true. Still at 50 health, it's adequate.
Do 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 do.
Yeah, I think if anything, I'm just going to move the Druid back here. This location's just not feeling as nice overall. Don't think it's a critical change, but it definitely performed better in other locations than there. Do 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 do. Put him on strong. As far as I know, the stronger balloons like ceramic can also be pinned. Okay, strong targeting was the ticket here on the NG. It's definitely a good choice. $550, dang, dude. Yo, Coda, 11,594. Thanks for 110 a month support, legend. Kagetora, thanks for 59 as well. Appreciate that. Fair. Okay, Wall of Fire a little bit preemptive there. I'm worried about how 50 gets clear because it has double Moab. On the first one, at least, we could shred and then jump on top of the Children Bloom. The ability might be back up in time for that. Possible. Doodle-a-doo, 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 doodle-a-doo. Kind of feels like a pretty optimal spot for turrets in general. This is like the worst placement you can get. Everything in here is pretty money on the track. Can't imagine we're making enough money to pop lead before the fact, so... but we do know that Druid with just hard thorns can cover up to 37. That gives us an additional option. Let's see how much money we have here by the end of this. What's the tooltip on sprockets? Sentry gun and engineer attack speed. Okay. Uh-oh, there's a little bug in here. Watch out. You're not long for this world, little bug. There's 5 cats in here, okay? Be careful. That's all I'm saying. What a good kid. Alright, 36 is probably a bit weird if I don't put down another tower. I guess we can just go for the Moab spike again. Well, this isn't gonna kill the Moab. There's no way. Should do pretty good damage on the way down, though. Honestly, not bad. Okay. Not bad. A little bit of slip there, but not a critical amount. We'll use our ability here on the last set. That probably would have done it right there. Ooh, I don't think I make 2,500 for the Moab press. It's gonna be close. Man, that was close. 2590. Okay. Well, I guess the last thing to do here is see how well this performs anyways. Just not buying the second upgrade here would have let us get Moab Press. Not terrible. Ooh, he's throwing through there. Wow. Okay. That's pretty sweet. He's hitting the Moab right here. All right, quick break for me, and then we'll be back into another attempt. That one was pretty nice, because if we get to Moab push, then certainly the Moab dies, and that unit is good for the entire attempt. So that'd be less waste than some other towers. Okay, be right back. All right, we have returned. Thanks for your patience there. I was very happy with that last attempt. Looked really good. Yo, enjoy that journey, Acmir. Bloons is awesome. Let's fix this graphic. Definitely open to trying Quincy too, but I think Sauda is a little bit better in the early game, and I don't think our strategy is bad in any way. It's going to be a really tough map for half cash. Here we go. Okay, we're gonna go engineer right here. Doodaloo, 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 doodaloo. Oh yeah, you're on strong, bud. I feel like it's possible that the boomerang monkey itself can take out all of the lead balloons on 37. I feel like that's true with this placement. So maybe I can avoid getting the druid down by putting the boomerang down first. Did I even have druid on last attempt? I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. Life's hard when you're a human with a brain. I think I did have druid. See his throwing angle here. If he's gonna hit this lane, he's gotta be like this. If that's his job. Okay, we're not getting a return on the boomerang, which is unfortunate because we're not getting the double throw that way, but it'd still be pretty good. Well, my hope, Havoc, is after wave 40, my hope is to upgrade this guy to the expert turret. That way I can have some freezing on the track as well. But I think pin double gun is a very, very good setup. A little dubious. I do think pin double gun's really strong though, and we used that to some good success earlier. I just got away from it for the moment. Looks pretty good. Got some concerns about 36 here. Yeah, let's do this. Alright, fine. Put him on first now. Not much difference there. Okay, now we hope we're gonna make Moab press, and I think we do. Should have used ability there. Yeah, we're definitely making Moab press. That's beautiful. Okay, he was able to take out 37 and 38 leads. That's good info. Okay, we're getting both here. All right, here goes. Really? Oh, man, that's as close as it gets. Fair enough. I would have swore that was going to do it. It feels like if we have a base unit like Mage placed, that would have cleared. I believe that that's as close as you can get to popping the Moab without actually popping the Moab. I'm gonna break out Quincy here. Quincy doesn't quite have the raw popping power that Sauda does, but definitely has better Moab pop with the usabilities. Way better. Quincy could, in fact, pop the Moab by themselves with the ability use. They don't have the same cleanup at the end, though, so we'd have to work on that. Let's give this a go real quick. Only 525 instead of 585, too. Sticky Bomb Ninja is about 2 times as much, Black Knight. The final upgrade, Sticky Ninja, is 5,800. 50... what is it in this mode? 5,400, excuse me. Quincy also does have some lead popping in their ability, worth noting. What happens more? Why are you so spooked, little man? What happened? Were you bad? Is your sister chasing you right now? That's scary. That's scary. Let's go on last here, so we can get some kind of pierce going consistently. actually not that much worse than Sauda as far as slips. It's just like a slow trickle versus a burst. Boomerang's next. Let's go improvement here as well. On strong, not yet. Gotta be careful of here is I don't start Quincy's ability and then have the boomerang push it out of his range. I don't think that'll happen on 40, but it's worth thinking about, I think. Okay. That's fair. We're to kind of go full circle here. Engineer's been nice, but I think other towers perform better in the early game with Quincy. We're also going to need some form of emboldenment for camo for 33-37. You can tactically use abilities on Quincy, but even after that, we need some camo coverage. We're going to go into Ninja and then Druid for 28. Later, Tater. I gotta get to at least the 380 upgrade here. It's minimum. Sharp shurikens, that's the one. All right, we've seen Druid perform very well right here, and I'm going to put it back there for that reason. It did good before, it can do well again. Anything last attempt proved to me that's what we're gonna need. We're gonna need lead for through 37, 38. Like, I think Vine Druid is very reasonable here. Also solves a lot of just leak problems overall. And the question becomes again, how do we kill the Moab? Can definitely be done here. Quincy will do much better versus the Moab because he has so much more coverage area. Yep, Alchemist is a very good option. I agree. Could probably even make buffing Alchemist on Quincy before 40 here. $1,800 here. I do think Moab Press, I'm tempted about Moab Press because I know I'd use this later as well. Like, it's not just going to be an upgrade we have once. I think with this combination, we're out of range for the Moab Shred. I'm going to do Press one more time. This upgrade gets really good with Monkey Knowledge because it says if the grenade returns to the monkey, it throws another one automatically. A really nice piece of Monkey Knowledge. Oh, we're not making Moab Press here. Okay, fair enough. Very fair. I think overall, I just like the Sauda Strat nicer, felt cleaner. Yo, Adoration, thanks for 19 months, man. Appreciate that. All right, last attempt here. All right, I got an idea. Hope you're ready. It's even cheaper than Druid to begin here, is just putting the boomerang down right away. It was performing well in this location, and with a couple upgrades, it gets pretty strong and can cover leads for quite a while. And while we're not getting the double shot on the boomerang from this side, it still looks pretty good. Getting a nice sweep into the lane. Need to swap that hand though. Actually, hold on. Is he throwing around the table? Did I see that right? No, that's hitting the table. There's nothing going on there. Oh, hold on. That sweep around? I feel like this is counting as returned. What about on this side? Not getting returned. Yeah, he's getting the double throw here from the monkey knowledge. It's acting like it gets back to him from here. Okay. What about like this? Yeah, it's making it back. That's really good. It does make him a little bit less efficient at throwing into this lane, but if we're getting a double throw, that certainly makes up for it, huh? What does improved ranks do? Pop up to 8 balloons per throw. What's upgrade 2? Throws sharper and faster blade. This is promising. Hold on, I hear a kitter's yowking. All right, it's a mystery. Doodaloo, 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 doodaloo. So this spot for the boomerang really makes me wonder if moving him over to the next to this this shaft here, if you could throw down and around and get a loop going that way too. I don't see why not. I guess he'd probably throw like this and then probably hit this the same way he is here. I don't know, hard to say. Be pretty easy to sandbox if we wanted to. Oh yeah, purple balloons are kind of an issue. Fair. Look at him in there, shreds him, man. Get him. I kind of believe this covers lead on 37. I think if we get the Kylie boomerang for sure. It looks that way, Mistake by the Lake, but on this placement, we're getting the double throw of the boomerang rather than throwing into the lane, which does look more desirable. But then on the ones that don't make full connection, we're hitting this machine right here. So we're getting more action like this with this placement. On this attempt, at least. It's our first time trying the boomerang monkey here at the start. Been pretty good. Now that we have this, I think we will switch hands. We're hitting the table. Do we hit the table with this one? We also hit the table with that one. Yo, Board, thanks so much for that. 75 months and that tier 2 sub. Thank you, man. 75 a Rooney, he says. True. Okay. This build's doing a little better versus ceramics than some previous ones. Gonna hope we make Moab crest by the end of this wave. Alright, I think the spot for this boomerang's actually right here, because once we get the straight throwing, this line will become incredible. Alright, I know I said last try, but this is really the last try. Got one more idea here I want to do before we take a break. Yo, Eric Aragon, thanks for making it official with Prime. Thank you, thank you. That placement's messed up. Dropped it too easily. So this I'm sure of. I'm going to use this again on chimps. This is obviously a good one. It's the only placement of a single one that gets the hero down mid-wave. And we're lighting it up by making it red next to this table and then pulling it until it's clear gray. Easy adjustment. Yo, Paragon Tricks, thanks for 23 months as well. 2 years up next. All right, Boomerang next to Sauda right up against the track here. Then we'll use left-hand throwing to have almost a perfectly straight line down the track. That's going to be sick. I think this will avoid hitting the tables too, which should be just awesome. Definitely for the moment we want left-handed. Yeah, kind of. Getting some doubles there. What does right-handed look like? I'd say they're pretty comparable. Yeah, this really looks like it's going to be the ultimate angle for Kylie Boomerang here. I believe. Dude, Boomerang Monkey's so good. So good. This is a chimp's quality placement. Holy guacamole. This guy's singing right now. I really just want to make this next upgrade to see if this throw is as perfect as I think it is. Oh, it's good. Oh, it's good. Wow. This unit is absolutely part of our chimps composition and our half cash as well. This is extra efficient. Pretty dreamy, dude. Pretty dreamy. All right, we will need to embolden our camo coverage at some point. Definitely a fact. Ninja's a classic. I've been liking Mage 2, though. How about we put down Spike Factory? We don't even need to decide on this one yet. It can kind of let us know where we're at with this Boomerang. Boomerang Monkey is showboating right now. Okay, a little bit of slip there. Fair enough. If I do this, I'm going to build up enough spike value for the last set on 36. Ooh, they're popping. Holy guacamole. Okay, so we have Moab pressed down now. Awesome. How much cash do we have left total? The first Spike Factory cost me $930, I believe, thanks to Monkey Knowledge. How much do we have at the end of 39? 1666. Okay. Oh, if I press the button there, I think I might have had it. Okay, I think I'll be doing something other than Spike Factory, but that was close enough to popping the Moab. That's going to be our way forward. I can't imagine doing better than that Boomerang Monkey in the early game. Maybe one option we'll have is not upgrading to Moab Press, but just making another unit that also hits Moabs very well, like a fighter plane or something. Well, today we got alternate balloons rounds, double HP Moabs, and Apocalypse done on Workshop. So good, good progress there. Only a couple medals remain for our black border. Pretty confident we can get this one. I think Chimp's going to be a real doozy with this short lane, but we already understand some pretty good ways to mitigate that with glue and boomerang, Moab press, and some other options. Well, thanks everybody for another great show on this awesome Sunday. We'll be back and at it to do it again soon. Appreciate you all very much. Appreciate your questions, comments, conversation, etc. We'll catch you on the flip side. Discord for updates as always. Catch you all again soon.